I'm going to say something in a minute. This was me responding to a message on a sex site for Andrea Self. Do all you can to figure out who that is. Anyway, it's giving an opportunity for the internet, intranet connection to catch up. Apparently, I'm not knowledgeable enough about what I sell to know what it is. But anyway, I'm going to, hopefully you can hear me. I'm not going to talk any louder. I'm tired. I'm going to start looking for an attorney with knowledge of your deployment of the little bar association toy back in 2011. Now, other people may not understand this, but I saw the privilege afforded to the bar association in the Constitution. It's a privilege of the people, which means that you serve at the privilege of the people. And that means that I should be securing the benefit of you having that privilege. It's not just you having the privilege, it's like being in service to the fucking Queen in England. When you get that privilege, you feel honored because I might just be the cousin to Jesus. It's that serious. I might be Jesus' cousin. So you take your job so seriously that you protect Jesus' cousin. Might be. Not saying that I am. I'm just saying if you were in England, you'd be kissing my ass because I might be Jesus' cousin. But like I said, I'm going to look for an attorney because it's pretty fucking obvious to me that collectively bargaining ex parte has only stroked your ego to create more genocide profits. And you are in a fight that you cannot win because it does not involve you. I have already had my discussion with omnipotence, the nothing. And I've explained to the nothing who controls life and death for each of us that if I am to exist in the nothing, it shall not be a hostage to this big thing. So if I'm going to exist in the nothing, I'm going to clean it up so that it's a comfortable place for me to be in. Now, I understand you got different opinions on who I am and who the Holy Ghost is, but I believe my temple to be a body that is fit for the omnipotent thought. I believe that. I believe that I can think on great things, and that because of that, my body accepts that way of thinking into a form of life. Now, I cannot change the fact that I met genocide, assisted suicide, senseless murder that came knocking at my damn door while I was sitting on the couch. I cannot change that. I also cannot change the fact that that shit keeps getting thrown in my face after I have had my communication with the nothing and let the nothing know if this is what you're going to do with your nothing, we're about to fight about it. Because this was not the deal. That there may be genocide, there may be senseless murders, there may be wild anarchy around the world. But the deal was not that the shit would be dropped at my door as though it's my responsibility. So I'm going to be looking for an attorney with full knowledge that the blackballing of the United States and her friends has already decided that fate. But again, not fighting you. If you could get more worthless, I'd tell you. What I'm telling you is, if I catch you dropping off genocide at my motherfucking door, I'm going to make sure that you never have the ability to even consider Zori Rush as an option for medication to treat your genocide. I know what I've done with my life. I have in no way indicated that any portion of it shall be used in a fight against genocide. I know it's going to continue. I know who I'm talking to. Oh, and don't forget to vote to see if that changes me. See if your vote changes Zori. You pick a new president, that's going to change Zori. Zori is going to change his mind about genocide. Run that.
Yeah, when you see something like mental health issues affecting actors, athletes, people you look up to, and know.
Shit's sad. I mean, these bitches know the only way out of this is murder. They were trained. The person we're about to introduce you to, the only way he's gonna let you go without charging you with a crime is if you kill him. So you are going to have to actively be engaged in killing this person. But he might live and he might forgive you. So take the risk. Somebody convince these bitches that. Somebody has convinced these bitches that this was okay to do. And the bitches did it. I mean, I would not be this to you if I did not have actual proof that happened, that shit actually happened. I mean, you can convince me to do some dumb shit. You can. But to convince me to sit in a room day in and day out and torture a bitch to death that I don't know because some other bitch is mad, you cannot get me to do that. Now, you're going to have to give me the full Yeah, I'm not going to tell you I won't torture a bitch because I will. But you're going to have to bring in full detail of who this bitch is and why I should torture this bitch. Ask my mama if I torture a motherfucker. Trust me. And when I get through torturing you, you gonna change. You gonna change. And it's gonna be better. You'll be a better person for everybody if I torture your ass. But you're gonna have to give me a full definition of who this motherfucker is that deserves Zora Rush torture. Because the United States, Africa, Russia, Not even the fucking Queen of England can come up with some things to make you change your mind like Zori can. I know that personally. I mean, I've seen the shit that they come up with. It's pretty much a fair trade-off, it looks like. Well, not if I decide you need torture. Ain't gonna be no fucking fair trade-off. It's gonna be you being a subject to my will. So you bring torture to me without justification for using my own property to torture me with. You better get your bitch ass in that motherfucking box, and you better kill me inside that motherfucking box before I find you. So torture away. I hope it works. Because I'd rather you kill me than for me to find your motherfucking ass. Because as I told my God, this bitch ain't worth it. This bitch is not worth it. It's worth it for you. But I don't believe you formed a body that this would make this shit worth it for anybody, not just me. I don't believe you created a body for Jesus that would make these bitches worth dying for. But I'm here, so that means that God loves you. I'd go meet that God, because that God loves the fuck out of you. I'd get the fuck out of Zori's face and go see who Zori God is, because whoever Zori God is must love the fuck out of me to let me get in this box and torture his ass. Because you damn sure would rather be in that box torturing me than in my motherfucking face right now. Oh, I know you'll send a faggot over here to say words that don't include torture, genocide, and all the shit that I'm saying in this video right now. I know you'll send faggots over here to say that. That's what we're discussing right now. We're discussing what's really happening, the truth, the missing doctor, the missing lawyer, and the abused power of my fucking property being used to cause my goddamn death because you worthless and scared to tell everybody. But I already knew. Sit on it. That's what it's good for. Have a seat.
Benefits. Say the average worker salary is $25, with most working only part-time. The only thing that will stop it is a 30% plus $2 equity paid wage increase in order to bring us back to the table. The union canceling last-minute talks, claiming the district leaked confidential negotiations.
This is very true. A bitch tries to kill you and then invites you into a room to sit down and discuss how much you would like to be paid for not successfully murdering you. So, I didn't kill you good enough. So, why don't I just pay you to get over it? Oh, you want me to get over killing me? You want me to just forget about it and say, oh, he tried to kill me? Fuck it. Can I have $20?
which the superintendent denies. I believe
Sure, bitch. Give me $20. Do you? Are you gonna try to kill me again? I mean, because a cat got 9 lives, and I assumed if a cat had 9, I could at least give you at least 10. So, are you satisfied with those, or is it $20 a life? How much recompense do I get for you killing me 10 times?
So far this year, we turned out to new details about the Colorado dentist accused of murdering his wife and mother of their 6 kids. He allegedly did it. Good morning. Another big storm is hitting. Are demanding 2 major car companies take action as soon as possible. This morning, 23 states are blasting Hyundai and Kia, claiming the automakers have failed to address the spike in thefts of their vehicles. In Milwaukee alone, nearly 7,000 Kia.
This is sad. Because I realized and needed to get back home to my mother to make sure she could survive this shit well enough to know her son was good. It was not a big deal. Instead of her dying thinking her son was was a mess. I chose to exploit the situation I was in Atlanta to an extent that would embarrass, if ever discovered, the entire political system of the era forever. Far worse than what the Civil War did. I mean, literally, there was a helicopter that got within 100 feet of me as a hostage and just took pictures and flew away.
Mondays were stolen.
I mean, I'm not lying to you. In the middle of Atlanta, a helicopter uh, covered in army fatigue fell from the sky within 100 feet of me, damn near waved. I mean, you could see, they were close enough to where I could see them looking at me, and then just went back in the air. At the time, I was being raped, held hostage by 2 government agencies, mocked at the death and murders of friends and family. And I mean, it was real bad. I mean, for any human who has not, I don't know about you, but any human who has not been deeply grounded in himself, I don't know how you could have survived what was happening to me in Atlanta. But I know there's enough damn evidence to show that if you even attempt to call what was happening to me in Atlanta any type of protection, that shit's gonna fail. I mean, you brought a fucking helicopter over and just waved at the hostage and flew the fuck off.
100% increase.
I mean, God forbid I'd have been Ernestine walking around with all my guts dug the fuck out. That would have definitely. Hope? You think hope would have existed for Ernestine with all my guts dug out and then the helicopter fly down and then wave and say, bye? No, bitch, die like Terry Schiavo. Oh, that's in America now. That shit did not happen in Somalia and Rwanda. That shit happened in Atlanta, Georgia. But I'm diagnosed crazy, and JP Morgan Chase is paying you with Wells Fargo and Regions to believe it. So believe that. It's my body. I know what's killing me. You don't. It's one of the most difficult conversations you can have because they feel violated, they feel physically, mentally, and emotionally traumatized. It's almost as if, in my experience, the best example I can come up with is it's like they have the cancer that they're going to have to live with.
And what we try to do for prosecution is at least remove the part of the cancer that could ever do this to anybody else.
House Bill 995 would bring the current bill back in line with sexual assault and sexual battery statutes. Both of these can carry up to 30 years in prison, but if the later bill is changed and someone is found guilty of the rape, they could face heavier jail time.
Up to life if you're convicted of rape. So any change that makes it easier for us to prosecute rape, I think that's a positive step towards making sure that rapists know that there are the strictest punishments possible for that type of criminal behavior.
Again, that was Achilles Shields reporting. If House Bill 995 is passed, it could become effective immediately or on July 1st at the latest. This is the second time McLean's tried to get a bill like this passed. She says if for some reason it doesn't make it through, she'll file it again next session. Mississippi State continues to participate in Women's History Month with a panel discussion. The Office of Institutional Diversity and Inclusion hosted the talk about empowering women. 5 successful women from a variety of backgrounds shared their experiences. The university is also hosting a health luncheon today at 11:30 and a women's empowerment brunch Saturday at noon. Early polls are jumping past the primaries. Courtney Ann Jackson explains they're going straight to the general election matchup for governor between Tate Reeves and Brandon Presley.
The earliest you could see Tate Reeves and Brandon Presley's names on the same ballot is the November general election. So when it comes to polls,
it's very early in the game. And I think right now, you need to take whatever you're seeing with a grain of salt.
numbers we have seen so far, the Mississippi Today Siena poll released in January, just a week after Brandon Presley launched his campaign, showed Tate Reeves with a 4-point lead. A month later, the tables turned and Presley took the lead in a Southern Poverty Law Center and Tolchin Research poll. And the latest poll from Magnolia Tribune and Mason-Dixon more closely reflects the January poll, but this time with Reeves 7 points ahead of Presley. Political science professors looking at all 3 polls
think that people do know who the governor is for the most part. And so they've had some opinions that have crystallized to an extent. They don't really know as much about Presley. And so Presley is getting a little bit of the benefit of the doubt.
Still, when you look at the 3 polls side by side, you see Reeves polling within 3 percentage points in every poll, but not passing the 50% threshold.
I think it does show from what I've seen so far that Tate Reeves is vulnerable. That doesn't mean of course, he's going to lose. It's still too early, but it does show some vulnerability.
These early polls may do less for you and more for those tied to campaigns.
Democrats nationally will be watching these poll numbers and deciding whether or not they want to put money into Mississippi or whether they think the money could be better spent in other states where they have more competitive races.
No matter the poll numbers,
I expect it to come down to the economic issues and corruption, public corruption versus cultural issues is what's going to be. That's what you're going to hear the most of.
Courtney Ann Jackson, WCBI News.
Back in our area, contractors in Starkville might have to fix damage their crews caused to city property. Aldermen are considering the right-of-way protection ordinance. This applies to damage done during construction above and below ground beyond normal wear and tear. Violators would have 30 days to make repairs. After that, the city would pay someone to fix it. The offending company would owe the city. The first public hearing to discuss it will be tonight. Some people in Oktibbeha County need to boil their water. The Golden Triangle Water Association has issued a notice for customers on Camps Airport Road from Highway 182 to Sumter Road. Customers there should boil for at least a minute before use. Expect to have to do this for the next 4 days. Oldest congregations is leaving the church. A number of similar churches across the state are splitting over issues with homosexuality. 67% of First United Methodist Church voted to leave. It was brought on by conflicting beliefs on leadership and interpreting the church's principles. Several Methodist congregations in Mississippi are breaking apart over language regarding homosexuality and whether to exclude gay people from ordination. The state leadership of the United Methodist Church will decide whether or not to ratify the disaffiliation in June.
our hope and our prayers are that the church would remain together and would remain to its mission in the West Mission right here in downtown Columbus. Regardless of what name may or may not be on the outside of the church, the congregation is made up of people from right here in Columbus that are committed to living out the gospel of Jesus Christ in downtown Columbus and beyond. That's never going to change.
If the disaffiliation is ratified, the church will have to decide whether to join another denomination or remain independent. The 6 local schools are recognized for commitment to military families. The Mississippi Department of Education has named 61 schools statewide as the state's first military star schools. In our area, Aberdeen High School and Bell Shivers Middle School, Aberdeen made the list, along with Caledonia Elementary, Middle, and High Schools and Heritage Academy in Columbus. Military star schools have requirements addressing the needs of military students and families. Next on Sunrise, animal control accused of shooting dogs. What's next in a dispute over the handling of stray animals in Winona? Stay with us.
Had enough? No, arthritis. Here, aspirin arthritis.
Full prescription strength. Reduce inflammation. Thank
This year, Prairie Farms presents 2023 Mississippi Songwriter of the Year. Go to MSSongwriteroftheyear.com now to download your applications and submit your original song and get ready to shine. Play for entries this Sunday. Older Mississippi residents only. Visit MSSongwriteroftheyear.com for more information on 2023 Mississippi Songwriter of the Year. Possible media production.
Do you have a favorite teacher in your life? Well, now you can give them the credit they deserve with WCBI's Teacher of the Month contest. Starting now, go to WCBI.com/contest and nominate your favorite teacher to be Teacher of the Month. Nominations will begin on the first of every month with voting starting. Of the Month contest, sponsored by AINT.
The story of a shooting on St. Patrick's Waffle House in Tupelo is developing. Police have a warrant for a suspect but need your help finding him. 34-year-old Courtney McHale Jamison is wanted for aggravated assault. He's 6'3", about 210 pounds. Police responded to a call at the restaurant on South Gloucester early Friday morning. The victim was driven to North Mississippi Medical Center in a private vehicle. Call Tupelo Police or Golden Triangle Crime Stoppers if you know where James. A man from Noxubee County will spend 15 years behind bars for an apartment robbery. Antonio Roby pleaded guilty to aggravated assault on probation for 5 years after his release. The holdup happened in February of 2020 at Cambridge Manor Apartments. An update now in a stray dog controversy in Winona. 4 people are scheduled to talk to aldermen at a meeting tonight. A new animal control officer is accused of shooting dogs. Strays are supposed to be euthanized by a vet if they're not adopted in 10 days. Mayor Aaron Dees posted on Facebook the officer was following the law. As advised to the city. PM. Now for a check on the forecast, here's us.
43. We've still got a lot of blue on the map. Temperatures are
office has to enter that into it.
Once the trial is over and those drugs are no longer needed as evidence, Sheriff Pugh says there's another process, and it begins with a call to the Mississippi Bureau of Narcotics. They have the facilities to dispose of the drugs properly.
So once we get to a point that the court case is clear, that the appeal process is over with, that we know we don't need this anymore, then it can get bagged up and given to an MBN agent and transported to Jackson.
It sounds simple, but it's a lot more tedious than just setting a fire and throwing the drugs in.
What we do is everything gets tagged, it's done by case number, and then it's given to an MBN agent who then transports it down to Jackson, and it's incinerated in their facility in Jackson.
And it may sound kind of dangerous to burn dangerous and deadly drugs such as fentanyl and even bags of marijuana, but Pugh assures others that it takes a certain temperature and professionals to do it right.
You know, when you start talking about fentanyl and methamphetamine and cocaine, you know, you don't want those fumes just floating around.
The time now is 4:46. There's a live look from our Skycam in Vernon. Up next, Chief Meteorologist Isaac Williams will have today's forecast. We'll be right back.
Reggie Miller wanted to.
Materials and tech to tackle it all. But Lowe's knows you also need the how-to crew. And partners pros count on. Lowe's knows no matter what you're taking on, it's always easier when you got the right people, the right products, all at the right place. You got this, and we got you.
Your WCDI First Alert Forecast with Chief Meteorologist Isaac Williams.
This morning it's 4:48, a much warmer start, relatively speaking. A big relative sense this morning because temperatures are still near freezing and below freezing out in Vernon. Above it here in Columbus at 39, 35 in West Point and Starkville, 39 in Tupelo, but nowhere near it in Coffeyville and Oxford. That's the reason that they are not included in a freeze warning. Everybody else into West Alabama still stands the chance to see some briefly freezing conditions through daybreak, but it's not going to be nearly as intense as what we saw yesterday in the lower 20s. The high pressure responsible for yesterday's super duper cold is off to the east. We're actually seeing a few showers and extra cloud cover across northwestern parts of the state into Arkansas and west. 64 degrees, better than yesterday. We're trending milder, a noticeable breeze out of the southeast at about 5 to 15 miles per hour. Another bonus is that we're not going to get in the 30s later on tonight into Wednesday morning. In fact, upper 40s and lower 50s, a much more comfortable start to our Wednesday on the way. Showers again staying well to the north and west of us today.
Others, Nariva Plus is a multi-tasker supporting 6 key indicators of brain health to help keep me sharp. Nariva.
WTVA Senior Health Expo will be opening their doors this morning. I'm Avery Hilliard, and I'll tell you what you can expect.
New this morning, they don't wear capes.
But two Pontotoc police officers are recognized as heroes. How they helped a possible daycare fire is coming up. Plus,
talk to the city council, talk to the mayor, let your voice be heard.
And what do you want for the city of Tupelo's future? City leaders are now giving you a chance to share your ideas. This morning, we're looking at a meeting that could change the city's outlook. WTVA 9 News Today starts right now.
Live, local, late-breaking. This is WTVA 9 News.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for waking up with us on this Tuesday morning. I'm Daniela Orapeza.
Bronson Wood, good morning, Tuesday, March 21st. And it's a cold start to our day once again. It's the end of winter yesterday, but it does not feel like it yet.
Yeah, we're still a little bit cooler this morning, still a little bit chilly, but not
Make deals with your faggot. I'm trying to kill you.
quite as cold as we were yesterday. Most of our temperatures above freezing and not into the 20s like we were yesterday. But we are going to continue to maybe still need that layer for your morning. Over towards the Oxford area right now, we're going to continue to see a few more clouds.
Including a strong current. Debris in the water and little to no visibility. Michael Owens also faces an arson charge after Ebony Owens' car was found burned on March 15th in the area of Highway 80 and Jones Road.
This morning, a Mississippi doctor will not spend time in jail. This after pleading guilty to federal misdemeanor charges for his role in the health care fraud scheme. Prosecutors say this scheme cost insurers about $515 million. This man, Dr. Gregory Ozine, entered a guilty plea Monday to charges related to his failure to disclose information involving expensive prescription pain cream. A judge sentenced him to 5 years of probation and ordered him to pay a fine and restitution. Prosecutors say the fraud started in Mississippi and cost in-state insurers about $515 million and $1.5 billion nationwide. Ozine was accused of causing about $18 million in fraud by signing pre-printed prescription forms for medicines.
Tupelo police need your help this morning finding man involved in a recent shooting.
Bitch, you didn't ask me a motherfucking question. You made an assumption that makes you look like an ass until you do, when you officially look like an ass.
Crime Stoppers could pay you up to $2,000 for any information that leads to an arrest.
And yes, I'm waiting for the opportunity to make you look like an ass to your face.
Take a good look at your screen. This is Courtney McHale Jameson. Officers say they responded to the Waffle House Friday morning. This one off South Gloucester Street. They received
Prior to dragging your ass to the center of a goddamn city and hanging you.
a report of a shooting.
You must have your insurance card. They will also be doing free medical screenings such as vision, bone, density scans, blood pressure checks, and
Okay, God.
more. Live in Lee County, Avery Hilliard, WTVA 9 News.
And while we are
are starting off with chillier conditions once again for your morning time. How warm?
Can ensure their acceptance as valued members of our communities.
This morning, Capitol Police are preparing for reaction to the possible indictment of former President Donald Trump. What they're doing to protect the U.S. Capitol is coming up.
Our website. Email us at TRIA.
Others, Believe a Plus is
New York are on high alert in case a Manhattan grand jury decides. Days ago, the former president predicted his possible arrest and called for protests. CBS News' Jared Hill reports from allegations Trump falsified records to hide hush money payment to a former porn star.
CBS News has learned former President Donald Trump is not expected to be indicted by a Manhattan grand jury today, though it could come by the end of the week. Still, after his calls for protests to, quote, take back our nation, steel barricades brought in by NYPD now surround the Manhattan courthouse and district attorney's office. New fencing has also been installed around the U.S. Capitol in Washington, amid concerns Trump's potential indictment could bring a repeat January 6th.
I've never seen people so intent on doing so much damage like they did at the Capitol. It makes this protest and this group of people a greater threat than normal.
Monday, small groups rallied near Trump's home in Florida and in New York.
We're here to claim our streets back. We need a DA who's going to focus on doing the job and not weaponizing his office.
Intelligence sources tell CBS News they've seen a significant increase in threats and violent rhetoric online from domestic extremists, although they haven't indicated that there is any credible or direct threat against a person or property. This comes as longtime Trump ally Bob Costello testified about former Trump fixer Michael Cohen's credibility.
If they want to go after Donald Trump and they have solid evidence, so be it. But Michael Cohen is from solid evidence.
It was Cohen who made the alleged hush money payments to Stormy Daniels, who claimed an affair with Trump before the 2016 campaign. Cohen later pleaded guilty to felony charges related to the payout.
Back in the Magnolia State, lawmakers are considering a change in Mississippi's rape policy with House Bill 995. District 39 Representative Dana McLean's bringing it to the state legislation for the second time. She says the change will give rape victims more support in getting justice.
House Bill 995 is a rape bill, and what it does is it redefinitively in statute is to forcibly ravish a female, a previously chaste character. That is a very antiquated definition of rape, and what this bill does, it brings it back in line with the sexual assault and sexual battery statutes.
Currently, the bill's status is going through conference, meaning 3 people from both the House and Senate will work on issues with the bill. Hopefully, they'll come to a compromise. Mississippi State continues to participate in Women's History Month with a panel discussion. The Office of Institutional Diversity and Inclusion hosted the talk about empowering women. 5 successful women from a variety of backgrounds shared their experiences. The university is also hosting a health luncheon today at 11:30 and a women's empowerment brunch Saturday at noon. Early polls are jumping past the primaries. Courtney Ann Jackson explains they're going straight to the general election matchup for governor between Tate Reeves and Brandon Presley.
The earliest you could see Tate Reeves and Brandon Presley's names on the same ballot is the November general election. So when it comes to polls,
it's very early in the game. And I think right now, you need to take whatever you're seeing with a grain of salt.
numbers we have seen so far, the Mississippi Today Siena poll released in January, just a week after Brandon Presley launched his campaign, showed Tate Reeves with a 4-point lead. A month later, the tables turned and Presley took the lead in a Southern Poverty Law Center and Tolchin research poll. And the latest poll from Magnolia Tribune and Mason-Dixon more closely reflects the January poll, but this time with Reeves 7 points ahead of Presley. Political science professors looking at all 3 polls
think that people do know who the governor is for the most part. And so they've had some opinions that have crystallized to an extent. They don't really know as much about Presley. And so Presley is getting a little bit of a benefit of the doubt.
Still, when you look at the 3 polls side by side, you see Reeves polling within 3 percentage points in every poll, but not passing the 50% threshold.
I think it does show from what I've seen so far that Tate Reeves is vulnerable. That doesn't mean he's going to lose. It's still too early, but it does show some vulnerability.
These early polls may do less for you and more for those tied to campaigns.
Democrats nationally will be watching these poll numbers and deciding whether or not they want to put money into Mississippi or whether they think the money could be better spent in other states where they have more competitive races.
No matter the poll numbers,
I expect it to come down to the economic corruption, public corruption versus cultural issues is what's going to be. That's what you're going to hear the most of.
Courtney Ann Jackson, WCBI News.
Back in our area, contractors in Starkville might have to fix damage their crews caused to city property. Aldermen are considering the right-of-way protection ordinance. This applies to damage done during construction above and below ground beyond normal wear and tear. Violators would have 30 days to make repairs. After that, the city would pay someone to fix it, and the offending company would owe the city. The first public hearing to discuss it will be tonight. Some people in Oktibbeha County need to boil their water. The Golden Triangle Water Association has issued a notice for customers on Camps Airport Road from Highway 182 to Sumter Road. Customers there should boil for at least a minute before use and expect to have to do this for the next 4 days. Isaac?
Eric, it's 5:07 this morning. In the 60s will be this afternoon, close to 70 in Jackson, Hattiesburg, and Natchez. That's a signal that spring is finally returning. It's about a day and a half late. Technically today, the first full day of spring. Showers not too far away today in northern parts of Arkansas toward Little Rock to Jonesboro to near Memphis this afternoon. We should be just south of the better chance of rain today. We should see a nice mixture of clouds and sunshine. We could, though, see a few showers show up overnight into Wednesday morning across our northern spots as conditions trend to even warmer and it's the 80s Thursday. Eric.
Thanks, Isaac. A big portion of one of Columbus's oldest congregations is leaving the United Methodist Church. A number of similar churches across the state are splitting over issues with homosexuality. 6% of First United Methodist Church voted to leave. It was brought on by conflicting beliefs on leadership and interpreting the church's principles. Several Methodist congregations in Mississippi are breaking apart over language regarding homosexuality and whether to exclude gay people from ordination. The state leadership of the United Methodist Church will decide whether or not to
Our hope and our prayers are that the church would remain together and would remain committed to its mission in the Wesleyan tradition right here in downtown Columbus. Regardless of what name may or may not be on the outside of the church, the congregation is made up of people from right here in Columbus that are committed to living out the gospel of Jesus Christ in downtown Columbus and beyond. That's never going to change.
Independent. Well, 6 local schools are recognized for commitment to military families. The Mississippi Department of Education has named 61 schools statewide as the state's first military star schools. In our area, Aberdeen High School and Bellshivers Middle School, both in Aberdeen, made the list, along with Caledonia Elementary, Middle, and High Schools, and Heritage Academy in Columbus. Military star schools have to meet specific requirements addressing the needs of military and families. The governor's job fair now is coming back to the Golden Triangle next week. More than 35 employers will be set up at the Communiversity on March 28th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Jobs for engineers, nurses, food service workers, production workers, and many more will be available. Bring your resume and come prepared for interviews. You can get a complete list of the companies scheduled to be at ms.gov. And we're working on our sunrise question of the day. It's posted over on our Facebook page.
It.
Just slightly. It's on there now.
It is.
We want you to age yourself by naming a store that doesn't exist anymore. And when you really think about it, if you're old enough, there's several to choose.
There's so many iconic. For me, it's like McRae's and Parisian. Those were 2 department stores in the Tuscaloosa Mall.
Harvard department stores because a lot of them turned into other stores over time.
Because Parisian turned into Belk, it didn't close. That space is still the space that Parisian used.
Right.
Changed the name. But McRae's faded away altogether, to my knowledge.
Department stores just in general don't look the same as they did back in the day.
Yeah.
For me, movie rental places, obviously like Blockbuster being very big, but also places where you could Goody or Suncoast Video. Were big ones in my hometown. We didn't have a it's called Crown Video.
Oh,
very sad when I'm looking at the backs of faces. That's over on our Facebook page. We need some more responses. We've got more sunrise coming up after the break.
Sometimes your stomach dreams about perfect food truck-style grilled cheese sandwiches tricked out with steak and bacon. And that, children, is where cravings come from. Sonic Steak and Bacon Grilled Cheese. Sonic.
When I think of ICC, I think about home.
The moment I stepped on campus, I knew it was a perfect fit. It helped me find my true self. It has opened doors for me that I didn't even know existed.
Everyone here wants you to succeed. I was able to get involved here and make a real difference. I've met my closest friends here. There's something for everyone to be involved with.
And skills to succeed in the workforce.
It's been the best experience.
At Affordable Dentures and Implants, we believe in the healing power of a new smile, the way it makes you look and feel, the way a smile lights up a room, so people see the best version of you. Which is why we make new smiles affordable for everyone, so you don't need to wait another day to get your smile back. Scan the QR code to learn more.
About great buys at Bill Russell Ford across Mississippi. 0% financing, 0% financing on 23 model new ones or 22 model new ones. We got 23 new ones to choose from at Bill Russell Ford F-150s and F-250s. $2,250 rebate. 0% plus $2,250 rebate. Bill Russell Ford, close to Mississippi. Welcome to it.
I don't lie to you. Bill Russell Ford Lincoln, Highway 45, Columbus.
All of Sonic's under $2 crates are under $2, so you can get something tasty without breaking the bank. Sonic under $2 crates.
Sonic. welcome back. As many as 1 in 8 couples struggle with infertility, male, female, or both. Nikki Batiste introduces us to a couple going through in vitro fertilization, or IVF.
4 years after they married, Kristen Connolly and Matt Smith were ready to start a family. But after a year of trying to conceive without success, the then 34-year-old saw a fertility doctor.
What did they find when they tested your sperm?
All of the most important factors were pretty low or just didn't hit the normal range.
Matt had corrective surgery, but 6 months later, they faced another hurdle. Kristen's egg count was lower than expected.
I was actually diagnosed with diminished ovarian reserve.
So in 2020, they turned to in vitro fertilization, or IVF. The process required weeks of blood draws, ultrasounds, and at-home hormone shots to stimulate egg growth. Mature eggs were then retrieved, fertilized with sperm in a lab, and monitored to see if they grew into embryos, which the couple then had genetically tested for viability. After 4 rounds of IVF, Kristen and Matt got their first viable embryo and their first chance at pregnancy. But when the embryo was transferred to Kristen's uterus, it did not implant.
How were you feeling emotionally?
Exhausted.
Yeah, it was like a cycle. You'd be worn out, then you get frustrated.
They decided to try an egg donor.
It's such a big decision. Was it a difficult one?
You know, what are people going to say about it if they find out that we used a donor egg? Am I going to relate with the child because it's not genetics?
With the donor eggs, Kristen and Matt were finally able to successfully transfer an embryo. But 7 weeks later,
I woke up in the middle of the night and knew I was miscarried.
Their next 2 embryo transfers also ended in miscarriages.
I think that was a hard pill to swallow. And I think we also, why us?
Then we started questioning, should we be doing this?
In addition to the emotional toll, IVF can also take a financial toll. Without insurance coverage, the average cost of one medicated IVF cycle is about $12,000.
Have you had to pay out of pocket?
I would say at least 80% of what we've done has been out of pocket.
Kristen and Matt are not alone in their struggle.
Quite a roller coaster, so just trying to hold on.
Last August, I found myself in a place I never imagined I'd be, facing my 4th IVF egg retrieval.
I got 6 eggs this time. I had 7 last time, 4 the time before, and 5 the first time.
My husband, Dean Simpson, and I are desperately trying to have a second child. I've been recording our journey.
So many people struggle in silence with infertility and never talk about it.
We married at 36, but delayed starting a family as I switched jobs.
That was a pivotal point in my career, and honestly, I wanted to wait a few years before we started trying to have a family. It's the biggest regret of my life.
At age 38, we got pregnant quickly, but then suffered a miscarriage. Pregnant again naturally, we had our son Beau when I was 40. Then at 41, another miscarriage.
Frozen eggs and embryos. In fact, your embryos are in this tank, number 59.
Wow, it's making me emotional, actually.
Dr. Eric Foreman is my reproductive endocrinologist at Columbia University Fertility Center in New York City.
A lot of people, including myself, maybe naively, think IVF is often successful. And that just isn't the reality.
Yeah, I think that's a misperception. Even with our ability to get multiple eggs and make multiple embryos, most of them cannot go on and make a healthy baby. And so most IVF cycles are not successful.
For women under 35, the chance of having a baby after a single IVF cycle is about 41%. That drops to around 29% between the ages of 35 and 37. And by age 42, it's down to just 9%.
I don't know yet if it'll work, if we'll be able to have another child.
Secondary infertility is very difficult and shouldn't be minimized. For some women or couples, even more difficult because they really want to give their child a sibling. But I think it's a different type of experience, at least, knowing that it's possible.
After 4 rounds of IVF and genetic testing, we had just one viable embryo, which my husband and I transferred in November.
I've been feeling a lot of fear leading up to this day.
10 days later, we just found out my pregnancy test is positive. We're so grateful and in shock. Soon after, the tiny heartbeat we had been hoping for.
So this will eventually, hopefully, be the nursery.
Kristen and Matt say they will keep trying.
I have one over here for Kristen.
Days before our interview, they did another embryo transfer.
When you want to be something so bad, you'll do whatever it takes.
I hope this little embryo is the one.
Us too. You are tired.
Yeah.
Weeks later, they got some good news.
This is good.
That's good. That's good. All right.
A positive pregnancy test. Their latest transfer had worked.
I just talked with Kristen and Matt last night. They are 13 weeks along and Kristen is feeling pretty good. I am 22 weeks pregnant and my husband and I hope our pregnancy continues to go well. We feel extremely lucky to have been able to even try IVF. I have some fertility insurance here at CBS. Nikki Batiste, CBS News, New York.
The time now is 5:20. There's a live look from our Skycam in Vernon. Coming up after the break, Chief Meteorologist Isaac Williams has the forecast. Don't go anywhere.
NexGard is the flea and tick protection that's #1 with vets. Your vet trusts it for her patients and her own dog. Plus, its delicious beef flavor is #1 with dogs. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Ask your vet about NexGard.
Carl Hogan Chevy GMC aces the competition with the lowest price. We're serving up deals like these.
While the clock swings forward, Carl Hogan is rolling back the prices. It's our daylight savings sale. You'll save on everything under the sun. Over 70 new trucks are in stock and on the way. Silverados and Sierras are up to $4,000 off. Find your best deals during our daylight sale.
Game, set, match.
Carl Hogan Chevrolet GMC in Columbus.
Senior Medicare Patrol is a federally funded program of the Administration of Community Living. AINT's mission is to empower and assist Medicare beneficiaries, their families, and caregivers to prevent, detect, and report healthcare fraud, errors, and abuse. In Louisiana, Mississippi, and Georgia, the Senior Medicare Patrol program is sponsored by AdviseWell Inc. Call 1-877-272-8720 or visit stopmedicarefraud.org to get more information about SNP.
I'm Dr. Rachel Waldrop at Waldrop Chiropractic and Wellness here in Starkville. The most common patients we see have body aches, pain, and or muscle complaints. Common areas of these complaints are around the spine, areas in the back, head, arms, and legs. With chiropractic care, our goal is to restore function while decreasing pain and improving motion, allowing healing to occur properly and faster. We would consider it a privilege to see if our team can restore better health and activities you used to enjoy.
It's time to vote in WCBI's Viewers' Choice Award. Vote Columbus Christian Academy for Best Private School. Vote every day throughout March for all of your local favorites in Viewers' Choice Award on WCBI.com.
WCBI First Alert Forecast is brought to you by Alpha Insurance. Call Alpha Agent Paul Halfacre in Louisville for all your insurance needs. Your WCBI First Alert Forecast with Chief Meteorologist Isaac Williams.
It is 5:23 on our Tuesday morning, and it is a 22-degree turnaround in Oxford. It's 45 degrees there, which means it was 23 at this hour yesterday. 32, though, in Macon, Vernon, and Louisville. So we're still looking at some freezing weather across the eastern part of Mississippi into most of Alabama this morning, and that's where we find a freeze warning that goes until 9 o'clock this morning. Beyond that, that should be the last freeze of the month, but still not quite of the early spring season. There's some cold snaps that can always sneak in here in early April. We'll watch those closely. Regardless, some clouds are moving in this morning. A lot of this rain is not quite reaching the ground just yet, but the shower activity back in Arkansas is reaching the ground. We should have some more clouds in the sky relative to yesterday. Highs today in the 60s, so an improvement from yesterday as well, around 64 here in Columbus, 61 and 59 in New Albany, slightly cooler in our northern spots thanks to more widespread cloudiness and nearby shower activity that's going to be sneaking in from Oklahoma later on today. No major issues all across the nation. Our next weather maker, though, is rolling ashore across the western part of the country. This area of low pressure kind of bringing some very unsettled weather again to California that has just been battered with heavy rain and mountain snow over the last several weeks and months, really. But that's the system that's set to bring us some active weather by Thursday. For us, though, today, a mixture of clouds and sunshine rain moves to the north of the state. Some of those showers can sneak in here early tomorrow morning in our far northern spots, but a lot of us should stay dry. For the rest of the day, Wednesday, should see, again, that decent mixture of clouds and sunshine. For mostly sunny weather on the way ahead of a developing system. Again, that's the same one that's in California today. And for Thursday, we're looking at severe weather being most likely across southern Oklahoma back into north and central Texas. That risk does shift eastward on Friday. And again, our entire coverage area remains under the gun for possible severe weather. Damaging winds, hail, and a tornado threat would be possible here across the region. Again, this would be Friday from about 3 o'clock through about midnight or so Friday night. That's what we're looking at right now for a timeline. Beyond that, we'll get one really nice day on Saturday. That's kind of the true definition of spring, sunny and 77. Storms, though, could return, especially Sunday evening and into Monday of next week. It's high day in the 70s. Here's Cam with sports.
Ole Miss Women's Hoops made history Sunday night, and got to keep talking about it because they took down a number 1 seed for the first time ever, beating Stanford and heading to the Sweet 16 for the first time since 2007. The Rebs didn't score a single field goal for the last 5 minutes and 48 seconds of the game, but it didn't matter. They let McKee's "We Defend" motto came in handy. She mentioned a lot this year how they're only lost to Utah by 2, lit it up to get 2 seed in the NCAA tournament, and they took out the number 1 overall seed, South Carolina, to overtime a month ago. Sunday night's events proved she was onto something, mentioning those losses. When the buzzer sounded, the emotions sunk in, but her confidence never faded.
And it was a sound. I just cried. I've won big games. Like even being a hooper in high school, winning big games. Beating Carl Semesco, they were the juggernauts. For 7 years, no one had beat Florida Gulf Coast at Florida Gulf Coast until Coach O showed up. No one had beat Jamaica in the CBC until my team beat Jamaica. And I just kept telling one of my friends, like, I'm due for a big game. And so this was cool. It was super cool.
And we may have to wait a few more days for March Madness to resume, but there's not plenty of action for you tonight on CBI Sports. Mississippi State baseball will try and get back to their winning ways in a midweek matchup with Arkansas State, hoping to gain some kind of momentum after beating the Bears-stacked Kentucky. Ole Miss baseball also had a rude awakening in its first conference opener. They can get back on track tonight against Arkansas finally up. And tomorrow's the first day of spring football practice for Ole Miss. Hear from head coach Lane Kiffin on this year's squad tonight at 10. Now, we'll be back after this.
WCBI sports coverage of the NCAA basketball tournament is brought to you by Alpha Insurance. For slam dunk services, call Alpha. Fastnet, internet powered by Ford County. Oxford Law Firm. Taste Italian Kitchen, the best Italian Golden Triangle. Pluto's Greek Tavern. Every city needs a Euro. Hearn Law Firm. Bank First, banking as it should be. Stone's Jewelry. Richard Schwartz and Associates. One call, that's all. And visit Columbus, the city that has it all.
It's time to vote in WCBI's Viewers' Choice Award. Vote for Lowndes Funeral Home for Best Funeral Home. Vote every day throughout March for all of your local favorites in WCBI's Viewers' Choice Awards on WCBI.com.
Communities don't just happen. They're built by people. Moments to the small acts of kindness. It's the authentic connections we make that define us.
Who's on the charges?
We're the ones getting it done.
Daily Pill, Jardiance. Jardiance not only lowers A1C, it goes beyond to reduce the risk of cardiovascular death through adult type 2 diabetes and low heart disease. Jardiance may help you receive.
Jardiance will cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, and can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, general use for non-high-count infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin when leaving the occur. Stop taking Jardiance and follow Dr. Ray if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. And don't take it if you're on dialysis. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
One steady pill that goes beyond lowering A1C? We're on it.
We're on it. We're on it with Jardiance.
Ask your doctor about Jardiance. Papa John's Pizza is now hiring. Positions are available, so apply today at careerspj.com. Text 0933 to 31063 or scan this QR code now. Serve your community. Earn dough with Papa John's Pizza. In your story, you're watching WCBI Sunrise.
Welcome back. A new streaming series exploring how we deal with the planet and climate.
Climate has my interest for sure. David Daniel has a clip.
What makes you think the world's going to get better?
Extrapolations explores life.
Fire is incredibly easy to negotiate.
Yeah, like we can know this is coming, and if we choose to not do something about it, what can happen?
The series creator consulted with experts in crafting the conditions depicted over several decades.
What we're going to encounter in the next 50 years if things do or do not change, as long as our basic needs are guaranteed.
Can you elaborate on the 10 basic needs? Unlimited refuge in Europe.
Water. Water. They're trying to do good deeds to make the world better, but nobody's perfect.
Are you happy now? Can we bad people?
The stories are so personal and honest and human. The interactions are human. We just don't ignore the situation of the world. We're just not pretending that climate change doesn't exist.
I felt huge privilege to be part of it and to be an actor who is not an activist, who's getting to tell stories and to share these stories that are so important.
It gets to a basic point, which is when you choose the moment over the future, what is that?
Stop being angry about the past. The future is now.
This story is a gift to people who care about what we're living as a shared planet and a shared species.
We cannot give up and go home for one simple reason. We already are home. This is our home.
Movies and stories that take place in the future, but rarely do they account for climate change. And
Right.
how
And
things
they
might
talk
be
to experts. Probably not.
Right, exactly.
Look a little futuristic-y, but it doesn't look like it's so. I mean, it's just 2047. Not that far.
It really is not. Looks intense though.
Yeah, and Meryl's in it, so it has to be good, right?
Yeah, and great cast. And speaking of things we'll miss, let's get to that sunrise question of the day this morning. We want you to age yourself by naming a store that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, it's more of like a fill in the blank. It's not really a question. It's just
demanding
that you age yourself this morning. All right, Dre starts us off with Bill's Dollar Store.
Mm-hmm. Debbie Woolworths.
Debbie says 7-Eleven.
Okay. Elizabeth Ben Franklin. Have you heard of any of these? A lot of this, I'm just
7-Eleven I have.
Okay. Well, yeah.
But other than that, no.
No. Woolworths.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I have. I know it's an old grocery store. Maybe?
Okay. I'm sure we'll get corrected.
It's just funny to say. That's why I remember Woolworths.
Okay. All right. Let's see what else. Terica Bebop in Starkville and Skinner's and Ackerman.
Dora is Columbus's big Kmart.
I know where it is. Where it used to be. Sheila AINT grocery store, Black's department store, J. Elmer 5 and Dime.
All right.
Well, these are some old school.
Yeah, we're just taking your word on a lot of these.
Yes.
Beth, Morgan, and Lindsay's.
Okay, sure.
We'll get to more of these after the break.
Your WCBI news coverage is brought to you by Hilton. When life is go, 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 it matters where you.
And we're Crime Stoppers if you know where Jameson is. A man from Noxubee County will spend 15 years behind bars for an apartment robbery. Antonio Roby pleaded guilty to aggravated assault. He'll be on probation for 5 years after his release. The holdup happened in February 2020 in Cambridge Manor Apartments. An update now in a stray dog controversy in Winona. 4 people are scheduled to talk to aldermen at a meeting tonight. A new animal control officer is accused of shooting dogs. Strays are supposed to be euthanized by a vet if they're not adopted in 10 days. Mayor Aaron Dees posted on Facebook the officer was following law as it had been advised to the city. The meeting starts at 5 p.m. Isaac.
Eric, it's 5:37. A freeze warning in effect for the eastern part of our Mississippi counties into all of Alabama. This does include Ackerman, Mora, up to Calhoun City eastward, where temperatures continue to drop. Now, Tupelo not seeing freezing.
Just like Ryan.
And Sheriff Pugh says the drugs are taken to Jackson for disposal. House Bill 995 going through the state legislature could make it easier to prosecute rape in Mississippi. It's in conference, meaning 3 people from both the House and will work on issues with it before a vote. Healy with the proposal's author about changing antiquated language in state policy.
Just important that we get up to date with that 2023.
District 39 State Representative Dana McClain saw the importance of changing the current rape statute in Mississippi after a victims' rights group came to her. In last year's session, she filed a similar bill. It gained some traction, but not enough.
This is one that was brought to me by a victims' rights group. So we presented it last year, passed overwhelmingly in the House, did not come out of the Senate last year. This year, we're really hopeful that we can get it through.
McClain says the current law has very narrow definition of the crime and only applies to female.
Rape can occur with male or female. Regarding chaste character, it doesn't matter. A victim is a victim. And also, this bill removes the spousal defense. Currently, we have a threshold exception for a spouse. So if the victim is married, there's a threshold defense of spouse.
District Attorney Scott Colomb has worked on several cases involving rape victims. He says it's something they'll never forget, so it's important for Mississippi to give them the justice they deserve.
It's one of the most difficult conversations you can have because they feel violated, they feel physically, mentally, and emotionally traumatized. It's almost as if, in my experience, the best example I can come up with is it's like they have a cancer that they're going to have to live with. And what we try to do through prosecution is at least remove the part of the cancer that can ever do this to anybody else.
House Bill 995 would bring the current bill back in line with sexual assault and sexual battery statute. Both of these can carry up to 30 years in prison. But if the language of the current bill is changed and someone is found guilty of the rape, they could face heavier jail time.
Rape carries up to life if you're convicted. Any change that makes it easier for us to prosecute rape, I think that's a positive step towards making sure that rapists know that there are the strictest punishments possible for that type of criminal behavior.
If House Bill 995 is passed, it could become effective. Did immediately or on July 1st at the latest. McLean's tried to get a bill like this passed. She says if for some reason it doesn't make it through, she'll file it again next session. The time now is 5:42. We've got some international headlines. Don't go anywhere.
Each and every day in your own special way.
This shoe repairman says, why are they fighting? It doesn't look good. But we don't know who started the war, he adds. It's the Ukrainians, right? To convince the audience where media is heavily censored of the merits of his tight bond with Putin. But the rest of the world is watching to see what comes of Beijing's claims.
All is quiet across the nation for now, but an active web sets up later this week and could last into the weekend. I've got the updated 7 through the break.
The Hyundai Elantra, modern design with our most advanced tech.
Jaime Hernandez was celebrating the annual Irish holiday when he says the strange show unfolded overhead for about 40 seconds. The video was posted online, and it didn't take long for social media to do what it does best: every preposterous possibility from the Avengers to Santa Claus. But one Twitter user, an astrophysicist and astronomer, portends the surreal show was likely space junk, flaming debris from a 2009 communications package sent to the ISS, and now burning up on re-entry. Okay, so probably not Transformers then? Got it. Speaking of surreal, take a look at a newly discovered species of orchid that looks like it could be spun from glass. The species has been identified in parks and gardens around Tokyo and features seemingly crystallic pink and white.
Eyes coming up after the break.
Attorney at law Tommy Rutt. Email us at tree@4county.org or call. Or call 1-800.
Gregory Ozine entered a guilty plea Monday to charges related to his failure to disclose involving expensive prescription pain cream. A judge sentenced him to 5 years of probation and ordered him to pay a fine and restitution. Prosecutors say the fraud started in Mississippi and cost in-state insurers about $515 million and $1.5 billion. Ozine was accused of causing about $18 million in fraud by signing pre-printed prescription medicines.
Tupelo police need your help this morning finding a man involved in a recent shooting. Crime Stoppers could pay you up to $2,000 for any information that leads to an arrest. Good look at your screen. This is Courtney McHale Jameson. Officers say they responded to the Waffle House Friday morning, this one off South Gloucester Street. They received a report of a shooting. Police learned someone took another man to a local hospital after getting shot. Jameson's last known address is in Tupelo. Anyone with information is asked to call Tupelo Police or Crime Stoppers.
New this morning, they wear police badges instead of superhero capes, but they are getting recognized as heroes this morning. This comes after 2 Pontotoc officers stepped up to protect kids from a possible daycare fire. The Pontotoc Police Department shared this picture. This is Officer Brian Carter and Officer Craig. They They helped get the kids out of the Playmate daycare Monday morning after a call came in about the smell of smoke. The Pontotoc Fire Department made sure everything was okay for the kids to go back into the daycare.
WTVA Senior Health Fair is happening today. Several businesses from across North Mississippi will be available to you at the Tupelo Furniture Market this morning. WTVA's Avery Hilliard joins us live from Tupelo. How this event can benefit you.
Yes, good morning, Daniela and Brunson. I am live outside of the Tupelo Furniture on their parking lot. As you can see over my shoulder, that is the sign outside of Building 5 is WTVA's Senior Health Expo. Now, this event will be a huge group of local businesses together to offer great information to the senior community. It will be from 9 this morning until 2 this afternoon. Healthcare providers, insurance specialists, assisted living facilities, and more will be there. Seniors will be able to give free healthcare information. Now, free flu shots will be given out to adults ages 65 and older. You must have your insurance card. They will also be doing free medical screenings such as vision, bone, density scans, blood pressure checks, and more. And free COVID vaccines will be given too. Now, make sure you have your vaccine card as well. Now, if you are free today and have not experienced one of our senior health expos, then you are not going to want to miss out. For more information, go to WTVA.com. Live in Lee County, Avery Hilliard, WTVA 9 News.
Thank you so much, Avery. The number of unpaid court fines in Monroe County continues to grow. Now, county leaders are doing something about it.
And this morning, Mississippi's governor recently signed a proclamation honoring some very important people in the community who the state.
Well, we are warmer than we were yesterday at this time. So if you're heading out over towards Oxford, they're 22 degrees warmer than they were 24 hours ago. And they're only sitting at 45 degrees right now. 11 degrees warmer up towards Corinth, 14 in Tupelo, 8 degrees warmer down in Columbus. Now, Columbus and around the Gulf region, they've seen mostly clear skies through the overnight and still continuing to see mostly clear skies. So those temperatures could drop a couple more degrees, but we're still seeing pretty nice conditions if you're heading out right now.
Thank you, Chelsea. New this morning, today's a day to take the time to show love to some very special people in your life. Governor Tate Reeves declared today as Down Syndrome Awareness Day. Governor Reeves signed this proclamation recently, declaring March 21st as Down Syndrome Day. He says we should love, support, and appreciate our fellow Mississippians with Down syndrome. And he also says together we can ensure their acceptance as valued members of our communities.
This morning, Capitol Police are preparing for a reaction to the possible indictment of former President Donald Trump. What they're doing to protect the U.S. Capitol is coming up.
And happening now, Tupelo City leaders together plans for the city's future. This morning, you have to hear what the city hopes to accomplish.
And as you're heading out in Starkville, we are going to continue to track out a little bit more of that cooler weather for some places, but will we continue to see this cooler weather throughout the rest of your week?
JC tried game flings for the first time the other day and forgot where she was. You can always spot a first timer. Game flings with Oxy Boost and Febreze.
Unfortunately, millions of Americans will be losing their Medicaid benefits after March 31st. Are you one of them? Due to the government special related program expiring, millions will go uncovered. If that leave you or your loved ones uninsured, call Jackson Insurance Group today to find out if you're one of the millions losing Medicaid and what's the next step to take into getting affordable health coverage. Call Jackson Insurance Group today. We are here to help. Remember, I'm your healthcare lady, your trusted source.
Worried about your power going out in your home? Have peace of mind with a generator from M&M Heating and Cooling. Our staff is certified in warranty, service, and maintenance to assist you with your new generator from start to finish. With free estimates and financing options available, don't let power outages ruin the comfort you deserve. And don't forget, get $600 off on a full system installation. Call M&M today or visit us online at mmheatcool.net.
Did you know that trees and tree branches are one of the leading causes of power outages? That's why Fort County's right-of-way program is hard at work, Trimming and freeze, not only to help prevent outages, but to make it safer and faster to restore outages when they do occur. When 4 County is trimming in your area, you'll be alerted by an automated call, and you'll be contacted before we do any work at your home or business. We're working hard to keep the lights on and our members satisfied. Visit our website, email us at tree@4county.org, or call 1-800-431-1544 for more information.
Hi, I'm Corey B. Trotz. It's no secret that some injury law firms use paralegals to settle or negotiate cases. That could leave a lot of money on the table, and that's just embarrassing. At Nahantsa Heritage and Trotz, we only allow skilled lawyers to negotiate cases for our clients, and this allows NST to seek the maximum compensation for you. That's just one more reason why, at NST, we're champions for the injured.
Call 1-800-LAW-4-004.
Hey guys, Jerry Edford with Mattress Gallery. Major brands, factory direct pricing. And remember, buy your furniture from the furniture store, but buy your mattress from the Mattress Gallery.
At Effort International, we believe in the power of people. All they need is a chance, keeping you and your family safe. WTVA 9 News at 4 p.m. Now, your WTVA Severe Weather Authority forecast with meteorologist Chelsea Simmons.
Good morning, everyone. It is 5:15 on our Tuesday morning. And as we wake up, get the day started, it is our first full day of spring. And it's on the cold side.
Yeah. Yeah, and we will feel a little bit more like spring getting closer towards the end of the week. We're actually going to be in the 80s on Thursday, rain on Friday, so spring-like for you. But we are going to still start off with very chilly conditions, actually some freeze warnings for some of us still for your morning time. Now, a lot of us are not down to that freezing point yet, but as we're approaching that sunrise time, some of these temperatures could drop a couple more degrees. If you're heading out right now, really through the eastern half of the area, eastern 2/3 of the area, seeing freeze warnings. But we will continue to track out a little bit of warmer weather as we're in the afternoon, or at least warmer than we were yesterday. Storm track Doppler, we have some more clouds that have rolled in that has kept a lot of our temperatures a little bit warmer through the overnight and also could be bringing us some rainfall. Right now, that rain back out towards the west. A few showers possible, but that's fighting a lot of dry air that we've had the past few days. We're still continuing to see dry conditions in Tupelo right now. 45-22 intersection, traffic flowing smoothly, not really much to slow you down. But for a lot of our temperatures, we're back into the 30s. 35 degrees over towards New Albany, 34 in Boonville. We're sitting at 32 degrees over towards West 4 in Louisville, so farther off towards the south and the east, where they haven't seen quite as many clouds through the overnight. That's where temperatures are a little bit cooler. Heading towards the afternoon, if you're heading out for your lunch break, temperatures into the middle to upper 50s. Few more rain chances by that point. Into the afternoon, we could see some of that rainfall as well. Storm tracker has some of those showers moving into our western counties at around 7-8 o'clock for your morning. That continues to push across, but most of it not making it too far into the area. Most of it's going to be through the northern half of the area going into your afternoon. Just a few of those spotty showers possible for the evening, overnight. Now Wednesday, we'll see a little bit more of that rainfall. Even through the overnight, a few more of those spotty showers waking up for tomorrow morning. Some of us could be under a little bit of heavier downpour. Not seeing anything that's too strong out there. Most of it's going to be moving out for a brief period of time. A few showers still possible for your afternoon. A few breaks in the clouds here and there. Temperatures, though, over the next several days warming up. 70s for your Wednesday, 80s for your Thursday, but we do see another chance of rain on your Friday, and that could be bringing some stronger to severe weather with it.
Thank you, Chelsea. An Alabama man is facing charges after investigators say he killed his father and his father's dog. We now have his mugshot. The Marion County Sheriff says the killings happened Wednesday at the home polling on US 43 North in Alabama. This is Austin polling on your screen. He is now charged with murder and cruelty to animals. Deputies found Tracy Polling shot to death along with a dog at the home. We are told Polling lived with his father at the time of the shooting. Polling left after it, but law enforcement found him walking along Highway 187, not far from the crime scene. A motive is not known at this time. A judge set his bond at $160,000. It's a problem in Monroe County right now. Folks seeing a lot of it lately, and it's more and more unpaid court fines. County leaders are teaming up with a debt collection agency to get those fines paid. Monroe County Justice Court Clerk Tina Morrow says the Justice Court always depended on collection agencies to help get fines from people out of state. Monroe County's effort to get these fines seemed to be paying off until 5 months ago when the last agency quit. In those 5 months, nearly 300 cases were backed up.
It just put us in a bind because we were sort of just having to hold files. It just makes us delayed in trying to collect the funds.
Unpaid fines mean no money is put back into the state or the county. Those fines have since been turned over to a new collection company. The Tupelo City Council is working on a comprehensive plan for the city's future.
And they're giving you the chance to give your opinion on it. They held their first meeting recently to talk about it. WTVA's Ethan Foster listened in at that work session. He reports more.
2025. That's when the current Tupelo Comprehensive Plan dies and a new one will take its place. Comprehensive Plan 2040. A document to help guide and outline development in all areas of the city. Business to travel to construction. So what could be coming to the All-America City over the next 15 years? Tamiko Hampton is one lifelong Tupelo resident who has a few ideas.
Would love to see an indoor recreational facility with 4 to 6 basketball courts within.
She also says she wants to see a new light shine on a place that helped birth the king of rock and roll.
The Shake Rag was definitely an influence on Elvis, and that's what I'm really working to get a Shake Rag museum here in Tupelo.
Now, while there weren't many specifics given about what exactly will be inside the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, we can only assume that at least some of it will have to be dedicated to the continued improvements of Tupelo's roads and streets. Like, for example, this portion of Jackson Street behind, just one of the most recent projects finished by the Major Thoroughfare Committee.
We have to look forward every 5 years and say, where do we project what's going on in the next 5 years? So if the city has a comprehensive plan, then that works really well for us because we can sort of dovetail with what we're doing into what they're doing.
Greg Perkle is the chairman for the Major Thoroughfare Committee. He says that his main goal is to improve roads where the citizens want to improve roads, and that the city council's goals aren't that different. As the 2040 Comprehensive Plan is developed, Perkle says there's a to get started. Want to see change in your city.
Talk to the city council, talk to the mayor. Let your voice be heard. That's what they want to know. They'll listen to you, and I know we do on the Thoroughfare Committee as well. So just tell us where you want to go.
One local city will soon get to work improving its port. What it plans to do with a grant it received from the state is coming up.
After 2 years of extremely long delays for special orders, now you can have exactly what you want in as little as 6 weeks. For a limited time, take an extra 10% off special orders. At Room to Room, there's no place like your home.
Every day, you can depend on WTVA 9 News at 5 and 6 to cover important news when it happens from where you live. Join WTVA 9 News anchor Emily Leonard and me, Craig Ford, with Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhart and the Severe Weather Authority, keeping you and your families safe. Live coverage of local news.
Attention! Shared Health Mississippi has expanded our coverage to include your area. If you're a Medicaid or Medicare recipient, you may now be eligible for over $10,000 in extra benefits at no extra cost. $10,000. With our easy-to-use 4-in-1 benefits card, you can access 4 Shared Health Dual Plus benefits, including $2,500 per year for over-the-counter items and groceries, $600 per year for utility bills, $5,000 per year for dental care with any dentist, and shared rewards, all accessed on one handy, easy-to-use card. Plus unlimited free rides to your doctor, pharmacy, or store. $0 copay for hearing and prescription drugs, plus more at no extra cost. Call the Shared Health Dual Plus number on your screen now. Talk to one of our helpful agents directly.
the city's future.
And giving you the chance to give your
Seated Stanford at Oxford is about 22 degrees warmer than we were 24 hours. Tupelo is about 13 degrees warmer. Down towards the Golden Triangle region, that's one of the cooler spots because they saw a little bit more of those clear skies, a little bit longer. A few clouds have started to push in, but we're really not seeing much to slow you down this morning, maybe needing to crank the car and get it warmed up, but it looks like traffic is flowing smoothly. Thank you, Chelsea. New this morning today.
Much to slow you down, but if you're heading out up towards Boonville, sitting at 33 degrees. Warm over in Oxford at 45, 34 in Eupora, sitting at 32 degrees. Down towards Macon and West Point, looking towards your lunchtime. If you're getting out on your lunch break, temperatures are going to start to warm up into those middle to upper 50s with some more clouds that are going to be moving in. We'll still see that mix of some sunshine, some clouds out there, but we will see at some parts of the day a little bit more mostly cloudy. Storm Tracker has some of that rainfall moving through up towards Coffeyville, Grenada for your mid-morning time. Continuing to see by your lunchtime, few showers through those northern few counties. Yalobusha County over towards Tishomingo. So where most of that rainfall is going to be today. A few breaks in those clouds for your evening, overnight, but more of that rainfall returning for your Wednesday morning. Scattered showers, some of it on the heavier side. You can see a few yellows, but we're not seeing anything that's strong to severe for your Wednesday. Just that rainfall for your morning commute. It could slow you down. Not seeing quite so much for your lunchtime, but for tomorrow afternoon, still a few showers possible before more clear skies and sunshine for your Thursday. Temperatures warming up a little bit more each day. We're in the 6th afternoon time today. 70s for your Wednesday. Thursday, all the 80s. Rain chances return. Some of those rain chances could be on the stronger side.
An Alabama man facing charges this morning after investigators
We use monetary policy to bring down inflation.
Last time we heard from Fed Chair Jay Powell, he opened the door to 50 basis points. That was 2 weeks ago. Wall Street now